Okay. Hello, hello. Stefan and Roll, how are you guys doing? Akeno, welcome as well. We have quite a few tracks to go through already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tracks already. That's a lot more than we usually have. So that's nice. It's gonna be a long stream today. I have a bit of a cold. My nose is stuffed. You might hear it in my voice. But other than that, I'm feeling great. Had COVID, man, sucked, but I'm getting a bit better. You had COVID? Oh shit. That sucks. Yeah, I think I just had a normal cold. I went out clubbing last week, and I think, because the guy that I met there and that I've talked to also said that he was feeling sick, so I think it came from there. But I don't think it is COVID, because it was just like there was no headache, not anything else. So I just had a cold. Anyway, Toughest, welcome as well. I think I just want to get started today. I bit my tongue there. And yeah, we have to go through a whole bunch of different tracks. Of course, there's going to be more people that are going to be submitting. Yes. But we're going to start with Tom Zamproni, which is this guy over here, also known as Damien, who sent Loyal Straight Dash Com L3 Sam Master. I don't know exactly what that means, but interesting title. We couldn't find that track. This track has been deleted. Okay, then I cannot play this track here, unfortunately. I did tell him that it wouldn't be played in today's stream. Sometimes I wonder if there's people in the stream that just post their tracks and don't really care about the actual feedback and actually like having their tracks played on the stream. I don't know if they're in the stream now, but maybe they can resend it if they still want me to listen to it. This was of course posted right after I closed the queue, so I would assume that he would read this message here, and then I hoped that he would also read this one here. But either way, that doesn't really matter. We're just going to move on to Culprit Toe 151 BPM in D sharp. And it already has a heart, so hopefully it's a good one.
Man, don't you know? The laws ain't made to help earthy cats like us.
They're not?
Nah, man.
Listen.
Nice dark kick and bass here. Nice clean kick and bass as well. I would like a little bit more high frequency material in here, even though this is like a dark side track. I could imagine that you would want a few more high frequencies in this stuff here. Even all the hats are like very low in volume, which is very strange. Hello River, hello Mindbee, Interspace, welcome as well. Is this a clap on the off beat? Is this like a snare? It doesn't really have a hat feeling to it. It sounds more like a clap than a hat to me. That's way too loud. That bass over there is louder than, or the sub is significantly louder than of your main bass line, which is going to sound odd if that was ever played on like a club system or something like that. It's supposed to be a snare. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would stick with a hat there. It's a bit of a strange decision using a snare for that. Yeah, you can see it in the waveform that this element is just louder than your kick and bass. That's clashing. Overall, sound design is sounding very, very cool. I would say the main issue with this track is that the mix is not really even the mix, because every once in a while, like this area over here is decently mixed, but there's just a lot of places where it doesn't really have anything above, I would say, like 2.5K. It just kind of rolls off like this, which, in my opinion, makes the track sound very dull. You know what I mean? It doesn't really have that exciting bite. Even here, I would argue the hats could be a little bit louder. The bite at like 10K could be a little bit louder. The transitions need to be more quiet. Just that main, that one bass element that you're using for the transitions, that like long bass element. What I'm also seeing is that some elements have a very enhanced stereo field and some are very, very mono. What I would try to do is try to sit a little bit more like in between that with a lot of the elements. It's not incorrect to have elements that are wider and elements that are more mono, but there were points in the track where it was basically just a straight line, which is indicating that it's almost fully mono. It is always nice to kind of average around a shape that looks like this if your kick and bass is playing. Obviously, there's going to be a strong mono component, which is going to be the low frequencies of the kick and bass. I always say that the bass line can have a little bit of stereo information in kind of the mid-range and then up from there. Something like M Stereo Spread is always a nice plugin for that. And then you just set this to anywhere between like 160 or something like that to like 300 Hertz, whatever you want in terms of tonality. But having a consistent stereo image is fairly important, I would say. Overall though, very nice idea, very nice track. I should maybe also say another thing. I got new, these things, new pads on the headphones, as well as a new, this thing here. So what can be the case is that the sound of my headphones has slightly changed because of that. So I might still need to get used a little bit to the new sound of my headphones, I guess. I don't know how big of an impact that is going to have. I know there's like some cloth in between, which could potentially have an influence on how the high frequencies are coming through. But I could also just see it, you know, happening over here, that there's just not enough high frequencies. Cruise Lounge Studios, welcome. Greedo, welcome as well. Bran, welcome. Interspace. I think I already said hello. Dante, welcome as well. Reverb, nice to see you here. What are you using to analyze this? This is Signalizer. These are 4 instances of the Signalizer plugin, which you can see over here. If you install Signalizer and you want to use my analyzers, all you have to do is go into my Discord server and then go to resources, and then the pinned message is going to have both this analyzers Ableton patch, which is going to open them up like this with all of the settings preloaded and all of the sizes correct. And otherwise you can just get the individual presets for the Signalizer instances. Zen Lion, welcome as well. Long time no see. Now others have said the same. Okay. I mean, I don't know how big of an influence it has. Maybe there is a slight bias, but maybe not. We'll have to see. If it starts happening on every track that I say you need probably more high frequencies, then I'm going to start doubting myself. But great track, I like that. I'll also put a little heart here. I don't know if I should continue doing that for other people as well, but since it was there, I'll put a little heart there. Here are only high BPM techno tracks. No, it's psytrance. First of all, we do psytrance, not techno. And second of all, I will listen to anything. So you can send me anything that you want in terms of music, and I'll listen to it. And that's not a big problem. I don't discriminate against producers for what they make. Yeah. Next track is by Shabados Domat, Cosmic Washing Machine. I like this artwork. That looks very funny. That looks like some place that I want to be. Honestly, seeing as you have like chords and stuff in here, I would probably remove the kick and bass from this part. Overall nice groove. I think the sub bass can be a little bit lower in volume with regards to your higher harmonics of the bass line and stuff. This of course still needs cleaning. We can see it's bleeding into the kick and it's smashing around the waveform. The waveform is kind of continuing oscillating around where the bass is, and you don't want that. You want that bass to stop before that. So resample your bass line. But of course you would do that once you're finished with the production. I don't know if this is a finished production. It's definitely not mastered yet. I like how the hats come in here. There's a lot of movement on all of the elements. Synth is a little bit on the loud side. The problem that you have with these kind of bandpass synths is that usually in the middle of their modulation, they're too loud, and then on the low point and the high point, they're too quiet. So you definitely need to compress these more. It's very warm, yes. It's a fairly warm track, that's a good description. Am I still on full screen? I am. Sorry. Volume is low, can be turned up. I am a bad streamer today, I'm sorry. No, this, right? No, it's this one here. One thing you may have noticed in the waveform was that the breakdown was a lot louder than your drop, which should be the other way around. Now you guys can see Signalizer with me. Yes, perfect. Infrashell, welcome, welcome. It feels like you're not doing any compression on your elements. If you're trying to create dance music, then compression is very, very important. Because now there's, for example, portions where some of the leads just completely take over the kick and bass. In general, they're a little bit too loud, I would say, but also just their dynamics, sometimes they really overpower the kick and bass, and it's just hard to hear what is happening in the low frequencies, what is happening in the high frequencies, and that is the part that we're actually dancing to, so that is the most important part of the track. Here again, we see some harmonics of the lead that are actually at the same loudness as the sub bass. Yeah, from a musical standpoint, I would say great track. I would say good ideas, like somebody said in the chat as well. It's mainly the mix that needs a little bit of extra work. Some small spectral tweaks. I think the sub bass was a little bit low in respect to the other lower harmonics from something like the bass line. Overall, the bass line could also have a little bit more click and a little bit more transient, right? The other thing is definitely the compression. It feels like you're using no compression whatsoever. And compression is one of the more important parts of mixing a loud dance track. You want everything to be stable in terms of their level, so that it's balanced. And you also want a relatively low dynamic range for all of your elements, because that is the way that you get them loud without causing any distortion in the limiter. Laura's welcome. Famino, welcome as well. Can I still send the track to Chef? Yes, you can. Ben de Gerrig, welcome as well. There are quite a few tracks submitted, or aren't there? Let me count again, because sometimes what happens is the amount of new messages that show up here gets reset. So right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tracks. So that's still okay, that's still manageable, especially for the start of the stream. And I'm going through them rather quickly. So you guys just keep on submitting and it should be all good. Are you suffering a bit of a head cold or have my ears gone wonky? Yes, I am suffering from a cold. A few days ago it was a lot worse, so it's already getting better. Yeah, it's passing on. So hopefully in a few days it's gonna be better again. Sorry if you explained this before or if I've asked this once something. Do you plan to address the echo in your voice from the new room sound treatment in the future? Yes, I am planning to do that. My parents are going to come over, hopefully within either at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. And then we're going to be making our own acoustic panels, and my plan right now, looking at it, is that we're going to make custom panels for behind the speakers, the back wall, and probably the ceiling. And then I'll buy some smaller panels for the side walls, because there's very little space on the side walls. Both in terms of how wide and how large they can be, but also how far from the wall they can stand. So yeah, I am going to fix that. Let's see if the bot is woken up. Feedback. This should give you... Yes, this gives you a link that you can check out as well. Ceiling cloud is worthy. Yes, it's just determining, okay, like how are we going to do that in such a way that we don't damage the actual ceiling, and that the guy that I'm renting this from doesn't get mad at me. You know what I mean? Please make a video of that with your parents, some funny moments or whatever happens. What I'm probably gonna do is film very little of the actual process itself of making the actual like panels and whatnot. I might make some small clips with my phone and that kind of stuff, and then I'm gonna do a room tour. I'll do a room tour after that, and then I'll mix in those clips while I talk about the the panels and whatnot. Bass straps. Right now I don't have any plans for bass straps. It also needs to stay within a certain budget. You guys need to buy, I always say this jokingly, but you guys buying the products is what is giving me most of my income. And as you can imagine, with the channel size that I have, I cannot just afford to go full out with this kind of thing and get like actual proper treatment done in one step. The main worry that I have right now is the reverb and lowering the amount of reverberation. I'm also just going to hang up like curtains and whatnot, so that should also help with just the reverberation. Of course, that doesn't really treat the room as well as panels does, but having something in front of the glass window over there should help as well. did you check up on the mirror trick for the early reflection points? I mean, you don't. I guess you can use that, but you can also just estimate that halfway in between you and the speakers on the side walls is probably where you're going to have your reflection points on the side walls, right? And to be honest, especially on that side of the wall, and a little bit to the same extent on that side of the wall, there isn't really much wiggle room in where I can put them anyway. So even if I use the mirror trick and I notice that, oh, it's going to be a little bit more to the left, a little bit more to the right, the actual place where those panels are going to go is going to be where they're going to go. I guess I can move my camera. Oh no, you can see it anyway, because there's stuff in front of it. But with the mirror, it's more clear what the best spot is. Yeah, you can find the best spot to block the reflections, but you also need to find the best spot that works aesthetically. And on that side of the wall, it's just like 50 centimeters between the window and the actual shelf here. So that's the only place where it's going to go. I don't have wiggle room there, so I can look where the best spot is, but that's not going to influence my decision. Anyway, next track over here, Dark Suite number 1 by TRZ. Nice picture, by the way. Getting a bit of a darker sound here again. Is this the drop? I guess this is the drop. The music didn't really indicate that the drop was already happening. One of the reasons for that is because your kick is very, very quiet in comparison to your bass. Your bass line is, as you can see, a lot louder than your kick. It should be the other way around. The kick should be the loudest element here. So this is definitely a mistake. The other thing is you're rising into the kick and bass, but you're not giving extra impact when the drop happens. And what that means is that there's no real indication of like, oh, this is the moment where you should start to dance. So the way that you can actually give impact to your drop is by lowering the kick and bass in volume by like 5-6 dB, something like that, in the parts where you're like transitioning into it, where it's not actually the drop but the kick and bass is still playing. You're just planning to make some rock wool / insulation filled timber frames and cover them up with some material. Yes. Not a fan of the excessive panning that you're doing. I'm not a fan of hard panning in general when it comes to synths. I know you're like auto panning back and forth. But here there's like this sweep that is only in the left channel. There's like another sweep that sometimes is only in the right channel. I'm not a fan of that. You're definitely not cleaning your kick and bass either. Yeah, you've definitely not resampled your kick and bass either. I assume that if you're resampling your kick and bass, then you would also find the kick and bass issue in terms of the level balance that is completely off between them. musically speaking, there's not a lot of progression. I know there's now the melody in here. That is nice. Even though the melody is sitting very far in the background. If you're introducing a melodic element like this that is a new idea, I would put it in the foreground. And probably remove some of these synths that have been playing for such a long time. Overall, the track is a little bit boring because of it. I also don't like the drums suddenly start and stop. It would be nice if you're using fills for that. Just as an indication to the listener that the change is actually happening. Also here, the element just stops. It's not... There's no announcement in, for example, the kick and bass that a change is happening. Wait, I know this melody. Yes, it is a Tchaikovsky sample, I guess. I don't know where it's from, but I have heard it before as well. I hope that I don't get struck, but it does seem to be from like some classical stuff, so I don't think I will get too many problems. For anybody that is wondering, this is against the rules. Do not submit works to which you don't fully own the copyright to. If I do get a strike, by the way, you get an angry message from me. So your 3 oscillator spectral filter short today, gonna play around with that idea next week. What did I do there again? I think I randomized 3 different oscillators, 3 different values with 3 different randomizers, and then offset the randomizers from each other for the different oscillators, right? Something like that. I don't remember because I make shorts in batches of 20, so it's not like I have a single moment where I make a single short, you know what I mean? I actually have to make shorts tonight. After this stream, I'll be preparing the shorts and doing the recording, and then tomorrow morning I'll do the editing for it. In common parlance, that is referred to as a strongly worded letter. That is what the UN does anyways. Yeah, you can kind of imagine it like that, only for me it will be a DM and not a letter, because letters take too long for that kind of stuff to arrive, and also I don't know where people live. But you can imagine that it would be a strongly worded letter-esque message, at least. Okay, overall, I would say it's a cool idea, the track. I think it definitely needs a lot more work. Some fills would be nice, some actual progression throughout the musical idea would be nice. It felt like you just started playing the synths and then never stopped playing them. Another thing is that, of course, the kick and bass mixing and all of that stuff is out of line. DMs are the current year equivalent of a letter. Exactly, yes. We live in current year. It is no longer 1974 or something like that, whatever people say. A projector nearly finished on this one. Most likely need to fix a few things here and there. Let me know what you think. Not mastered yet. Also a few clicks here and there. Having drama with FL exporting. Need to find a fix. Okay. Nice art, by the way. That looks very cool. Oh, I still have stuff very loud. Yes, that was the current year, 1974, yes.
When you go into the Star People tales, when you go into
There's a lot of bass for an intro here.
the sameness, the similarity around the planet that makes you say something has to be responsible for the
There's also a lot of stuff going on and the vocal isn't understandable.
That life came from the stars.
Again, we see a kick and bass part or a drop part that is quieter than the intro, which is an odd choice. Kick and bass definitely needs cleaning up. As you can see over here, it is not resampled. We can see that in the kick drum, as the kick drum is being pushed up by the continuation of this waveform over here. This waveform is going to go up and then goes down again. And that is also what is happening over here. You can see the bass line goes down, up, down, and then it starts to, over here it starts to fade out this note, whatever is happening here. And the same is true here. You definitely want to fix that. I don't like these bass sounds being louder than your main bass sound. Especially if they're there for the moment of release of the actual kick and bass, then it would be nice that the moment of release or the moment of transition actually is a little bit lower in volume than the main kick and bass, so to say. And I did hear that click that you had, yeah. That seems like an annoying problem if that keeps happening on every export. Top drums could be like 2 dB louder, I would say. I don't like that all of the leads just kind of continue doing what they're doing while the track itself is in a build-up, while the kick is like building up and while you have all of those crashes. You should probably include your main leads as being part of the build-up. I only now started to notice that there's actually a melody playing. Might want to have that come out a little bit more out of the mix. I think it could have a little bit more mid-range, this track here. It feels a little bit too disconnected between the stuff that is happening over here and the sub. Maybe what is happening is that the sub is a little bit too loud instead. That it's just the sub that is louder than everything else. I think if you lower the sub a little bit and add a little bit more bite to like 10k on the drums, then your mix is already going to improve a lot more. Just spectral balance wise. Yeah, I think it's the sub that is your issue. Just looking at the spectrum, it's just pushing up here too much. You might want it to taper off over a long period of time and then a little bit of a bump over here to get a little bit of extra bite out of your hi-hats. Just feel like the arps are too continuous. Maybe stop them every now and then. Yeah, what I was going to say is that not so much the arps itself or something like that. It's more the modulations and just the flow of the track. It felt like it was just continuously using the same modulations. Going up over 4 bars, then going down over 4 bars, then going up over 4 bars, then going down over 4 bars. That is something that after a while gets a little bit boring, so it would be cool if some more elements have a different modulation. I definitely noticed that mostly in the start, I think. Like in the first drop, I guess is where I noticed it the most. Overall though, sounds very nice. Definitely needs a little bit more work. It's not just some fixes here and there. It needs more than just some small fixes. The whole track needs a little bit more, how would you say, more care taken for a proper mix. Next up we have Everywhere All at Once by Aneko here. I watched these few times but never submitted. Would love some feedback on the final mix. Hoping to release it soon, but want to make sure I get all the issues first. Okay. Everywhere All at Once. Lower the elements that sit on top of near the vocals, so that the vocals come through more. Yeah, the vocals definitely having issues coming through both the mix as well as its own reverb. This is powerful. Nice clean kick and bass. Is this partially a square bass? Like not just using a saw wave? There's so much happening. Oh, this is sounding so over compressed. The melody, all of the life is bleeding out of the melody because it is over compressed, but there's always a lot of stuff happening. You know what I mean? There's no musical tension or push and pull because it's just loud and everything happening, as the name suggests, all at once. It's definitely over the top in my opinion. Like even the part that I assume is the track kind of slowing down for something like a breakdown is way too over the top. So many things happening here. Even here we have two vocals singing through each other with different melodies. Some elements, by the way, were also making the track overly stereo. I'm trying to give mixing advice, but the real advice here is that you have... It almost sounds like there's two tracks playing at once. The thing is, there's so much you don't even know where to concentrate. Exactly. I don't want to sound too extreme, but I'm feeling a little bit of a headache coming up listening to this track. Just because of how hard you have to concentrate to even find the elements that are supposedly making up this track. Everything is overly compressed. Everything is washed a little bit in reverb. And there's just so many things happening all at once. Breathing room. This is a good part. And then here you should remove that plucky sound. You have that in the fill where it does its nice thing up. That is a nice moment to stop it and then introduce a new element, as opposed to layering 4 elements on top of it and not removing the old element. the fact that you're trying to put vocals in this part of the track, it's never gonna work. Whatever you're doing, this vocal is never going to be able to be mixed into this part of the track and be made understandable, because there's just too much happening. You would need to remove almost all of the elements, just leave the kick and bass and the drums playing, and even then, with how much compression you're using here, it's gonna be hard. There was also one element that wasn't in sync with the track. No, this one is. It looked like this element on the spectrum, but it was like shifted so that it was happening over here. Like the gate was on the transient of the kick and all of these transients here, and then the filled in part where the actual sound was where the gaps are in this version of the sound. So you definitely want to fix that part. Okay, I think the best way that I can describe this track is that it was 3 very cool tracks playing together and then overly compressed. If it's saying words, then indeed it's not understandable. But even if it's not saying words, the mix should guide you to be able to make that conclusion of the vocals. When it comes to vocals, we have a natural tendency to concentrate on them. You can imagine that is coming from evolution, in the sense that 50,000 years ago it would be useful to be able to distinguish human, not really speech, but the human voice, somebody trying to warn you about a predator that is in the bushes, over the sound of a loud waterfall next to you, something like that, right? So we have a natural tendency to listen to vocals and try to understand what they're saying. So even if you make a vocal that is deliberately made to not be understandable, the mix should give you the capacity to be able to make that determination rather quickly. Otherwise, you're just trying to sit there, trying to listen like, okay, what is actually saying, what is actually happening with this vocal. You know what I mean? To me, it seemed kind of chaotic on purpose. Yes, that is true, but the mix should give you guidance that, as I said, that they are chaotic and that they're not something that you should be focusing on. That being said, I would remove those vocal chops. I would remove a lot more elements, but trying to get vocals to sit throughout that whole track with the amount of elements that you're going on is just impossible. I think in some points you literally have 3 tracks worth of synths, sounds and material sitting in between the kick and bass and the drums, that you could literally write 3 tracks with the amount of material that you're trying to put into one track. Yeah, we're trying to look for patterns. We're trying to understand when we're listening to music. We tend to be listening actively, right? In a sense, we're trying to understand what the music is actually doing, so that we can maybe dance to it. We can maybe, if you're talking about something like pop music or rap music, we can actually understand the story that is being told by the performer, the singer, whatever, the rapper, whatever you want to have as an example. So this is not just a sideline string. In general, when you have something like vocals, they have a specific purpose in the mix, and therefore you should mix accordingly. And that also means that in production, you have to take that into account. Like, am I going to be able to make a mix? If I put vocals in this part, am I going to be able to mix those vocals in a way that they're going to be clear? And many times the answer is just no. So in that case, just remove those vocals. I wasn't thinking what it is saying because they were just vocal ambience chops essentially. Yes, but your mind was it probably took you a little bit of time to conclude that, Greedo. Because at the end of the track, I also knew that it's not like actual words that are being said. It's like the vocal chops, and they're just there for ambience and a little bit of extra interest. But it took me a while to actually hear that was what was happening there. And even then, I don't know if that's true for all of the vocals that I heard, or if that there were a few like actual spoken words or actual vocals in there and then some vocal chops. It is indeed very chaotic music, but I would argue personally that this is too chaotic. There's just too much going on. You're making it hard on yourself also to mix stuff. As I said, it felt overly compressed. Some of the melodies felt like they had no life in them whatsoever because they were just squashed. Like there was like one pluck melody where I said that, I think. And then a lot of the elements also felt like they were drowning in reverb. Generally speaking, what I like to do, I'll talk a little bit about an extra trick here. When it comes to applying reverb to an element, say that you have an element that you are applying reverb to, right? Let's go for an element that needs a big reverb, like an ethnic big vocal call here. This already comes with reverb, which isn't great. I would like to have a dry signal if there's one. Yes, here we have an element that doesn't really have reverb yet. If you want to add delay and reverb, but mainly reverb to an element like this, generally speaking, you're gonna do that soloed, and then you'll make some kind of decision, right? So, this could use a little bit of a bigger reverb. That is sounding cool. Say that this is the reverb that you land on while listening to it solo. What you then should do is you should take the dry wet and halve it. So that would give us, 25. And then take the length and halve that as well. 750. So now you land on the reverb like this. Still sounds reverberated. We're even still filling up the whole space between the notes here. The difference though is that this setting is going to work much better in your mix because it's going to wash it out less in the mix, and therefore the actual sound is going to come out more in the mix, right? So I get a little bit of a stuffed nose now. As I said, I do have a little bit of a cold. But most people who apply delay and mainly the reverb, but also to a certain extent delay, they do that when the element is soloed. And if you do that, my general rule of thumb is then divide both the dry wet and the length values, or in the case of the delay, it isn't true with the delay with something like the feedback, because feedback, it is measured in percentage, but going from 80% to 40% doesn't halve the length of the tail, right? Of the actual length of the delay tail doesn't get halved. So what I do usually is say that I like a delay that is 90 and say that I like a 50-50 dry wet here. Then in that case, I would probably go to something like 33 dry wet and then maybe 80% feedback in here. So it's always nice to set the settings that you like and then kind of tone down a little bit, especially on the reverb. That just gives you a lot more clarity in the mix because it's going to wash out the sound less, and it's going to be less. It's hard to describe it. It's just going to be nicer to work with in the actual mix that you have, I guess. And it's still going to have reverb, right? Next up, we have Spielweise with Darkside 21, also known as Reverb here as the artist name. This is Darkside 21. Yeah, I can see, definitely drawn in reverb, this one here. Not a big fan of the downlifter right at the start. Doesn't really need that. It's not like the kick and bass starting to play has no impact. I don't know to what extent this is actually resampled, but it's looking good in terms of the transients. That's nice. Not really a fan of the groove of the rumble. I'll see if I can pause it in the next one. Yeah, you can see it. Okay. Probably you can see the rumble is mainly active in like the mid frequencies over here, whereas the hat is over here. So the rumble goes while the main hat is on the offbeat. So it should, you know, it's a little bit of a mismatch between grooves, I guess. Don't really know what happened there. It feels like it's nicer if you just go into the actual, that you just go into the actual drop there instead of having like a skip beat or whatever that is, or the first beat having a kick transient but no bass to it. It sounds like a DJ was playing with the filter and forgot to turn it down again. Cool stuff. I like it. Sounded nice and powerful. Was well mastered, short and sweet, but overall nice idea. I do want to say I don't know if this is the one that is ready for the release, this export, but you have a very long tail here. You can probably get away with just like half this in terms of the length of the outro. What I personally know is that it's very annoying when you're on something like Spotify and one of those tracks that has a very long tail kind of interrupts your listening session. It almost sounds like something went wrong and you accidentally paused it or something like that. So that can be annoying. So that's definitely something that you can improve there. South Park, Lo-Fi Hip Hop, welcome. Joe Morales, welcome as well. Many people here for the feedback. Ex Ale, welcome. Mathu, welcome. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Joe Brunner, welcome as well. We have 34 people here. And only 13 likes. What's happening? Sorry. Just kidding. Moving on, we have Let's Start by River. Is it River or Reaver? Since there's two I's here. I don't know. If I mispronounce things anyway, so that doesn't really matter. Anyway, this is Let's Start. Apocalypse Musicale, welcome, welcome. Benjamin Krawatsky, thank you very much for the like. No, we went up to 22. It does work. Asking people to like does actually work. 24, there you go. That's a very loud element there. Not the hat, but that synth thing that was playing. It also feels a little bit, how would I say, like almost unstable. Like it feels like the sub is just like a very short thing. For example, I would probably make that a little bit longer, the sub itself. Can I see that? Yeah, so the sub doesn't actually, the sub kind of goes up here, is loud, then is a little bit quieter, and then is like non-existent over here. Of course, you don't want it bleeding into the next kick over here. But I would compress this a little bit more. What I would probably do is compress the sub of your bass line a little bit more without any makeup gain, such that the kick is louder than the bass. Because right now the bass feels a little bit overpowering in comparison to the kick. Vocals unintelligible. I would remove the riser here, the noise riser, in order to get the actual vocal out. There is something that is sounding off from this track that I cannot really pinpoint what it is. I'm trying to listen for it. What might be the case is that some of the atmospheres are a little bit too prominent and that stuff is a little bit too reverberated. Like the track doesn't really sound punchy to me. Like there's some kind of veil on top of it at all times. Here it's sounding better, but even here, I guess part of it is the fact that there's no mid-range frequencies in the kick. You just have a click and then a lower sub here, but the area in between is actually fairly important as well. Because that is where the punch of the kick drum actually comes from. This is a nicely mixed vocal.
Looking at you.
This is where you have the space. You can see where you can mix vocals in tracks is if you have an area like this
Look at me.
where the vocal can jump out of from the higher frequencies, that is usually a spot where the vocal can grab a nice bit of space. So for example over here it's already getting harder.
Let's start.
And this one I didn't understand whatsoever. Lack of high frequencies? I don't think so, no. The high frequencies are... You could have a little boost at 10k, right, to get that bump that we often see with the techno, psytrance, and then the rave genres, to say it like that. This is definitely going to go for that vibe. But it's not to the point where I would say that this track is dull, mix-wise. Or like overly dull, to say it. Like, that is definitely something that needs to be addressed, like the first track we saw on this stream. Nice. I like that a lot. I like the musical idea. Some small mixing things that can be improved. I think it is the thing that I said, that this track is also a little bit too heavy on the reverb. So one of the approaches could be that you go into all of your reverbs and just half, as I said, the dry wet and half the length. There is a better solution if you're the kind of person that uses return tracks. That is not me, by the way. But if you are using return tracks for your reverb, it is much easier, right? You can just say that this is your reverb, and you have a reverb setup that is like this. What you can do is you can take that return track, and instead of course setting the dry wet to 50, that is not what we want to do. We want our return track to always be 100% dry wet. What you can do is you can lower it by 6 dB to get a halving of the amount of reverb, because for those that don't know, decibels is a logarithmic scale, meaning that minus 6 dB halves the size of the waveform as we see it in the waveform. And it also halves our perception of the loudness. So the difference between an element and an element at half the loudness for our own perception is 6 dB, 6.02, I believe. But minus 6 is close enough, right? So that is the first step. And then of course you go in here and you can take the length and set that to 1000. I didn't mix it myself. One guy did all the mixing. Yeah, there's definitely ways that this mix can be improved, in my opinion. It feels like you can definitely improve this. How long have we? I actually need to pee, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break now, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 more tracks. We're definitely not catching up. But that's okay. I'll be here for another while. I plan on doing another, probably like 3 hours. I try to get to 4 hours of streaming in total, roughly. What I'm going to do, since there's 38 people here, is I'm going to use my mix that I did for Eclipse for the break. For those that don't know, I publish music as well as mixes, DJ sets over on Eclipse, which is my label that I started with a couple of my friends. And we recently signed some new artists. So I brought out a mix to celebrate that. And as you can see, we have Vala over here. That is one of the new artists. But there's also Electrix, DK. We have Alvin Tapp here. And then finally we have, let me see that I pronounced that right, Asbil as well. So those were the new artists that were recently signed like 2 weeks ago. So we're now 10 people. Anybody that wants to support me on this project can check it out over here. This is the link to the video, but you can just subscribe to Eclipse itself, and then all of the new music and all of that stuff will be sent to your inbox, of course. For now, I'm just going to play an electrics track, and you'll have something to watch during the break. And then once I'm back, we'll continue listening to your guys' music. Okay. Where I think we listened to Dark Side, we listened to Let's Start, that was the last one. Yes, okay, perfect. Alright, so next track is going to be Demo 1, 2, 3. That rhymes. Nice. Again by Reverb here. Let's see. This 10 minutes. I guess this is like a DJ intro for it. It just felt like it just starts. There's not really an introduction to the track. I don't know if that's what you're going for a DJ intro for this. If this is like an extended mix or something like that. Hello Bobby M, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe the sounds in the I guess break track. I would need to look back into the actual break music, because of course I wasn't there when it was playing. Could use a little bit more high frequencies, a little bit more 10K-ish on the hats and stuff like that. Bit more progression as well will be nice. Those plugs could maybe open up over time. Filter cutoff just rising a little bit. Drop kind of comes out of nowhere, some risers, some stuff like that would be nice here. I should probably also check. Yeah, you definitely have issues going on with the bleeding here. See that notes of the bass line are bleeding into each other, they're bleeding into the kick drum, so you definitely want to resample your bass line here. I also feel like the bass, the sub bass is stereo. Yeah, you can see it, you can see like the difference between the left and the right channel here. That indicates that there's stereo width going on in the lowest frequencies. You want to avoid that for the lowest two harmonics, so this harmonic over here and then of course the sub bass as well. Vocal could be louder. I think it's better to indeed have somewhat of an introduction before starting the drop right away, yes. Yes, the bass line is not mono, it has some room. I don't know what that means. But whatever you're doing, your bass line, the lowest harmonics, the lowest two harmonics should probably be mono. Like, to be honest, with the kind of music that you're making here, it's almost inarguable, because the system that this is going to be played on and is going to be either a club system or a festival system, and most of those are mono. So it's probably a good idea to have them mono to begin with, so that it's easier to just mix that and guarantee that you have mono compatibility. You have some lower rumbles over here, you probably want to get rid of that. You should do that in the mix. Do that on the bassline and then resample the bassline and then fix any bleeding issues that you may have. After that, don't just put a high pass on the master, that is a bad idea. Like to see a little bit of extra noise on the clap. I can see that the clap is happening over here and over here. Feel like there's a little bit too much going on over here. You can just have this main lead playing on its own, and I think that should be like powerful enough. Giving it a little bit more space allows it to occupy that space with even more power. Now we can see the real cleanliness of the kick and bass. And yeah, you can see the kick transient over here is just being pushed out, so this is definitely having some issues in terms of cleanliness of the kick and bass. And I'm assuming that this is also happening between bass notes itself, so you definitely need to resample. None of the festival rigs that I've worked on in Australia are in mono. I'm sure they are out there, but yeah. No, I lie, some of the big dub hippie reggae rigs are mono, but yeah, not most of the big guys. There are stereo mid-range and high frequency speakers in there, but I'm almost certain that the sub speakers are gonna be mono. Like, the system can be stereo, but the sub within that system is still going to be a mono speaker. As in, every speaker comb is reproducing the same signal. The sub is a mono, yes. And that's the important bit, because that is where the sub is actually going to be playing. So you can prepare your mix for that mono system to be, by making it already mono, so that it's easier to deal with on your side, because you know what is actually going to be happening on, like on the sub speaker itself in the mix. As I said, having the bassline in stereo is definitely something that people are going to argue with, but since the music is made for headphones, it's an intentional musician choice. What do you mean for headphones? This is dance music. Something I would probably also do is lower the bassline a little bit. Like 2 dB or something like that. I feel like the kick isn't really coming out too much. Overall, great musical idea, but I would definitely try to improve the mix a little bit and think of what your target audience is going to be with music like this. Like, this is clearly dance music, right? So this is the kind of music that you want to go to a festival with and play on a festival system at the end of the day. At least that should be the ultimate goal with dance music itself. You have your analyzers group. Have you seen Vision 4X by Noisia? No, I have not. Spectral analysis. It is indeed just those 4 analyzers in one simple interface. That is indeed very, very cool. That looks like a very clean plugin. Oh yeah. One of the issues that I have with this system is that it's a little bit wonky from time to time. Like every 10 streams this will just crash, and my Ableton will crash if I like close it or open it up. And if there's very low frequencies in the signal that are very loud, it lags a lot. So this system can definitely use some improvement. I'll keep that in mind. Maybe it's a good way of doing it with your with the plugin recommendation that you have. It doesn't matter your intent, it's how the listener perceives it. Exactly. Yes. With a strong pulsating rhythm, it's going to be danceable. Yes. If a DJ hears this track, he's gonna say it like, oh, I would like to play this in a club, but they're gonna say it like, I want to play this in the club, but it's not suitable for a club because it's not mono-compatible enough for me, right? So, as an artist, you don't get to decide really exactly how people listen to your music, and you need to be aware of what people are going to tend to do with it, as opposed to just saying like, oh, I make this track to listen on a rainy day when using headphones. That might be true, but you cannot guarantee that, right? So it's better to make your music compatible with the most amount of people that actually want to play it and want to listen to it, and the different systems that they might listen to it on. Because what is going to happen is that a lot of people will get to learn your music if it were to be played in the club. A lot of people get to learn about your music on the club system, and if it doesn't translate to that very well, either the DJ is not going to play it, so you're missing out on the benefits of the DJ playing your music in a club, or the DJ is going to be playing it and he's going to say like, hey, wait, this track isn't sounding as powerful as all of the other tracks that I want in my set, and people are going to notice that. So if somebody says like, oh, I really like this track, I want to play it, but it's not compatible, then it's going to get thrown out of the set list. It is $90 though. The Vision 4X. It just popped up over here on Plugin Boutique for me. It's 90 euros. I don't know if I'm going to spend that to fix this setup here. The cool thing about Signalizer is that it's free. and it's as powerful as it is. As I said, there's some small problems with it, but it's technically good enough for what I want to do with it. I'm quickly going to run to my kitchen to get myself another bottle of my iced tea, and then we'll continue. Yes, there we are. Having it mono-compatible is having it situation compatible. Exactly. Okay. Next track is gonna be Enroll Deville here with Core, Conjurer versus Naked Tourist, Enroll part work in progress. Okay. Is these the artist or is that the actual track name? I don't know. I don't like that the kick and bass is at full volume here. Lower it by 5 dB so that now it has more impact. Because here, the kick and bass feels a little bit weak in comparison to what we had before, actually. I can hear some slight limiter distortion on the kick, I think. You can even check for that. But yeah, you can see the top of this waveform is being squashed. It's not really like a clean sine wave going up and then going down again. So that is indicating that there's some saturation, some limiter distortion happening on this. That might be the vibe that you're going for, but personally I don't feel it. I don't like that sound. Not a fan of the strong harmonic of the snare here either. I would remove that because that's just not really needed. It removes the punch from the actual kick. So the punch of the part that we actually want to dance to, the part that we actually care about. I think you played this track before, right? I think I'll have kids before feedback on my track. Depends how far you are in the queue. You can skip the queue by becoming a patron, by the way, and linking your Patreon account to your Discord account. But there are quite a few people in the queue, yes. I like the droney, slowly coming in bass idea that you have here. I don't like this. I don't like the tempo change here. It feels like that is the moment where we should start to dance. And this is also very brutal. This is also harsh. The problem with doing it that way is that the part where the impact is not the part where you start to dance. So the listener gets a certain message like, oh, I should start dancing here, and then it kind of like slows down like that. And then the moment where the drop actually happens, there is no impact. That is the point where they kind of have to wait, like, is this the actual drop? Oh yeah, this is the drop, I should start dancing now. Guys, calm down, it's a joke. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. Oh, there's some people in chat saying things about it. Aha. Anyway, I like this track. I like it a lot. I think there's some small details that you can improve, but just like quality of production wise, this is definitely getting there. And I think it has been a while since I heard it last time, so it's taking you a while to write this track, but the results are definitely getting there. The next one is going to be Acid Malice here, acid core this time, which should be interesting. I also like the artwork that you have for it. Looks really cool, looks really wonky. Nice wonky face here. This is the kind of faces that I tend to see when I am on acid, so it's a good description of that. From what I remember doing acid core like 3 years ago, I made a few tutorials on it. This is pretty close to what it's supposed to sound like. But I'm definitely not an expert. I like taking my reverse kicks and lowering them by 2-3 dB, so that again the impact actually comes from the kick drum that starts off the drop where people should dance to. Now that you have a bass line here, let's see if it bleeds into the next part here. It is phase aligned, and this seems to be the transient, so that is very well done. Nice and clean. I like that little wobble effect that you have with the volume. I don't know if I like those octave jumps that you have in the acid. They sound really abrupt and really grabby. I like that you have a different, like actual different segment in here with the sound design. I think there was a little part at the beginning, but after a while it was just asset sound. And that does become boring after a while, so having something different here is nice. Here it does seem like the kick drum starts at the point where this bass line is still like playing. It's really hard to see, of course, because it's all washed out. But what I would probably do is just like resample this and fade it out right into the transient. You don't really have to make like real space for it. Maybe that's already what you're doing and I'm just not seeing it on the analyzer here. It's hard to tell because there's so much actual stuff going on, and to be honest, I don't think it's too big of a problem with this. I don't think you're fully going for like clean punch since you're distorting it anyway. Octave jumps triggered good reverb tails. I do agree with that, yes. There were some cool reverb tails that were coming off the higher octaves of the asset. That doesn't mean that you cannot have both. Right, you can lower the octaves, but have a layer that is just the reverb, and just then keep the reverb tails of the higher octave in the places where you have those higher octaves now. I don't know what's happening, but somebody's blowing a horn outside, a car horn. About the kicks bleeding, it's because I haven't resampled them yet. To be honest, if you get these clean kicks without resampling, that's actually pretty impressive. I don't know exactly what kind of processing you're doing on it. I know for a fact that with this kind of kick design, you do want to use at least one multiband, so that you can split it in 3 frequency bands. I believe. And then you can distort the transient, the talk, and the body separately. James Whittaker, yes, I can answer those questions. When it comes to my mastering chain, generally speaking, I use a plugin called Shadow Hill's Mastering Compressor. The way I set this up is according to the manual. So I don't decide on the attack and the release, I just go with what the manual says is probably best for this compressor. Because the manual here comes with like a setup of how you want to set up this compressor to get the best sound out of it. And that means that the attack and release are just set by default the way that they're set. And that is how I use this particular compressor. To be honest, I insert this mostly for the tone that I get out of it, because I like the tonal changes that it adds to my master. It tends to introduce a little bit of weight into whatever signal path that you put it in. And then in terms of your clipper, the point of a clipper is to get rid of the highest peaks, right? Those unintentional peaks that come every once in a while. And then we have the actual, whatever you use as a mastering limiter. In my case, that is boost. That is doing the overall loudness increase. So the clipper, for me, whenever I set up a clipper, I push it up with the gain until I'm clipping off every once in a while a little transient, and then I lower it again over here to the same loudness. What that means is that this one is a preparation for my mastering limiter. This is just here so that this plugin has to do less work. And therefore it makes sense that the clipper is sitting right before this plugin. I don't want any plugin sitting in the middle, potentially reintroducing some kind of transient that would be picked up, or sometimes some type of high spike that would be picked up by this clipper over here that now has to be processed by this. I want this to get a nice clipped off signal that doesn't have any very high peaks, so that you can focus on just the overall loudness over here without having this limiter work too hard when those peaks do happen. So that is the reason for kind of the ordering and everything. I'm using Microtonic and Punchbox with multiband distortion. Yeah, so you the Omicid, which is a plugin I've heard before, but I believe is now abandonware or not even available anymore. But yeah, that is your multiband distortion, where you distort the high frequencies, mid frequencies, and your sub frequencies differently from each other. And that is the part that would be introducing some phasing. By the way, Free Clip 2 by Van Audio is out now. Has a much better UI. I will look that up. Holy moly. Wait, there's a whole free suite. Okay, I would just like to see the free clip then. Yeah, this is the normal free clip, now version 2. Available here. Okay, can I just see the interface of free clip itself? Free clip 2. Aha. Yeah, that is probably a little bit more intuitive. To be honest, I'm happy with my version of free clip. I'll upgrade to this because it looks a little bit better. But I should probably get the whole bundle actually. There is such a thing as over purchasing on plugins, so I don't want to continuously just get plugins for the hell of it. But probably free clip is a good upgrade here, because it does the same that the first version does, right? It just looks a little bit nicer. You can actually see which transients are being clipped. You can see that in version 1 as well. It's just that in version 1, the waveform is like in a little box down below here. So there's like the red indicators of what is being clipped is also over here. I can probably show that if I get some drum loop. I put this on my actual feedback thing. We don't want that, we want this over here. I believe if I go... Wasn't it supposed to show what was actually being clipped? I believe I've seen those red indications before, no? Yeah, you can see the redness on the side here. That is what I believe is being clipped. I think you get actual, if you lower the ceiling, then you can actually see it like this, right? But because I don't lower the ceiling, it's just sitting behind there. I keep the ceiling at 0 and then just push up and down into the clipper. Which, I mean, makes no real difference, but it's my way of working, I guess. If the indication, just having the waveform bigger, to be honest, is worth the upgrade. since it's a free plugin, I'll get that. Because it's worth the upgrade for that. Next up, we have Pikel here, also known as Digital Nerve with Mushroom Wisdom. 11 minutes. Holy moly. That's a very bass heavy part there. I don't know if you want it to be that sub heavy there suddenly. It's probably a good idea to have a separated sub for this Reese bass here. Since it's so weak now that it's phase cancelled. I guess you're also high passing it here at this point, so that makes sense. But at the start there, just having a solid sub is usually a little bit more powerful. It sounds a little bit weak in comparison to the intro. Take the intro and turn it down by like 3 dB. So that this has a little bit more force, a little bit more impact. I like the percussions that you're using here. What could be cool, since you're doing this really cool bass groove, is that you adapt the percussions to the groove of the bass line. I think that's already partially happening. There's like a little noise thing that extends when the bass note is a little bit longer. But I believe there's also a thing playing a 16th note after it, which kind of nullifies that effect. There was I think it was a little bit earlier, but there was a sound that was out of sync. Unfortunately, I couldn't pause it in time. If it happens again, it's not this one, this is in sync, but there was a different like gated sound where the gate sounded out of sync with the track. I guess this also has the same problem. This is, I guess it's a 32 note. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that. Bit of a wonky groove, I would say. It's funny that you say that there's a club called Origin, because there's also an album called Origin that really has this kind of vibe, you know? That's right, Origin is the name of the album, right? The Captain Hook album that I'm thinking of. Oh, by the way, you definitely need to resample. Look at the transient being pushed down here, being pushed up over here. But if Serum 2 releases, I must buy it. Exactly, yeah. There's some everybody has too many plugins, but there's a few plugins that if they ever release, then it's an instant buy. Same for me.
The mushroom said to me once,
I don't like that the sub is stronger in the break than it is in
nature loves courage.
the drop.
And I said, what's the payoff on that? And it said, it shows you that it loves courage because it will remove obstacles. You make the commitment, and nature will respond to that commitment by removing impossible obstacles.
Nice vocal mix.
Dream the impossible dream, and the world will not run.
At this point, I would probably stop playing the vocal and then have the melody come in. Or over here or something like that. I felt like it was a little bit too long, because the melody was already starting to overtake, and some of the other elements were already starting to overtake.
The mushroom said to me, said to me, said to me, said to me, The mushroom said to me, said to me.
As far as I'm aware though, Serum 2 is going to be a free update. And yes, Steve Duda has already confirmed that he is working on it. This is a very good track. I like what you're doing a lot. I do feel that I've heard that synth. This one over here, that I hear that a little bit too often. Just every 4 bars doing the same thing is a little bit wonky. I think Duda is taking his time because he's afraid to Massive X his flagship. Yeah, he confirmed it almost a decade ago. I believe he reconfirmed it during the beginning of COVID, like mid 2020 somewhere. At least around that time I picked up on some talk that was happening about Serum 2 actually being in production.
Courage because it will remove obstacles.
But I can imagine that he would be worried about something similar happening to Massive X, yeah. Suddenly the bass line has a transient. Where was that for most of the time? I know that for the last part it had, what's it called, the downsampling, the digital distortion, right? But you can have both of them, I would say. Overall though, very cool track, I really like that. Rolling along very comfortably, no tryharding. That's a very good description, yes. I'm moving more towards a Captain Hook style. I kind of called it with the reference to the Origin album. The track may be a little bit long and I'm trying to understand how to increase energy and loudness in areas that lack. Well, when it comes to Captain Hook style, the whole defining idea about a Captain Hook track is that it doesn't really have energy. You know what I mean? A Captain Hook style is a very weighty kick and bass with on top of that very relaxing elements, which means that you're dancing and it doesn't really force you to dance like aggressively in my opinion. You can just kind of bop to it and that's nice for like more doing the early morning, I guess. I don't even know what Captain Hook would be considered to, but I would play it early morning, I guess. But this is a great track. I would, to be honest, I wouldn't worry too much about trying to increase the energy. I think that part of the Captain Hook style is to not have a lot of energy in the mid-range elements of his track. I was going to say you can look into having a little bit more high frequencies in some of your hats, but I believe that also Captain Hook tends to mix very, very dark. In this case, if you want, you can go a little bit brighter. With, as I said, that the hats and that kind of stuff. I would almost, let me quickly just listen to part again. Can you get out of the way? Thank you. Yeah, this hat that you have on the offbeat, I would probably both turn it up a little bit and add a little bit of extra 10k to that. Because right now it's active around like 6-7k ish, and a little bit of 10k, a little bit of bite would be nice. Other than that, and some of the other details that I said during the first playthrough, I think it's a very, very good track. Okay, next up we have, let's see, Johan Rero -VR Long Cruise Lounge Studio, with also known as My Psy Jacked. Make the bass go boom. I started in January, maybe you remember, this is my latest sound design. It's only about main sound quality. I don't give too much effort in arrangement. Still just trying out stuff like automations and different things and processing on the tracks, mix bus and stereo out. Okay.
I'm gonna make that bass go.
I like the way that the vocal was integrated here. The fill in there is sounding a little bit wonky. I would remove that. This sounds nice. Resampling is needed here.
That bass go.
There's a strange stereo effect happening on this bass. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the stereo effect that you have going on this bass line here. Bit of harshness in this vocal here. Kind of comes with a kind of sound. I like it more when the sound is just mono like this, as opposed to this version of that same vocal. I also think the reverse vocal that you're using here is a little bit too loud. I like that a lot. I like the idea a lot. I'm not a fan of the stereo wave that you're doing on the bass, but other than that, and some small other details, this is actually sounding very good, especially for somebody that started production this year. This was actually very, very nice. Nearly every track needs to resample their kick and bass crazy. Yes, it is. The reason for that is, one, you tend to do that when the track is finished and you're going for it, like finalizing the track. And a lot of people send in work in progress. So they're still writing the track, and then it makes sense that it's not yet resampled. There are a few people that I know that immediately resample and then write with the resampled kick and bass. Personally, of course, I am a user of wavetable basses, so for me, I don't have to resample. But if I were to use traditional processing ever, I would also have that approach where I write with the resampled bassline. Another thing is that there's, as a starter, right? If somebody who just starts out, or somebody that even has been producing for maybe 1 or 2 years already, they don't necessarily know about resampling because it's not something that you hear on, say, your headphones or even to some extent your studio monitors. This is really something that you start to notice more and more and more the louder it is played. And I've talked about this before on the stream. When I went to WoW, there were a few DJs that were a little bit smaller, and one or two of them were playing their own music, and I could hear it like, okay, this is their own music, and this is like more professional music, I guess, by the fact that the transients in some of the music was just completely lacking. So on a big stage, you definitely hear the effect of not resampling, given that you're bleeding a lot into the next note. Of course, if you're doing a little bit, then it doesn't really matter, I guess. But if you're bleeding into the next note quite a lot, you're going to hear that on a professional system much more than you're going to hear that on headphones or on studio monitors. And therefore, generally speaking, resampling is a solution to a problem that most people don't even hear, right? Even now, on headphones, or if I'm on my studio monitors, I really have to concentrate to be able to hear it if it's even a decent amount. If it's really extreme, I can of course hear it fairly easily because you can just hear like the lowest frequencies not having any stability. but it's not like, oh, the volume of this sound is too loud or too quiet or something like that. That is something that even at a low monitoring volume, at a low listening volume, you're going to be able to hear mistakes like that, or a sample being out of key, right? That's an even better example of something that even on low volumes, even on a laptop speaker, for example, you would be able to actually hear that. It is the theme every week. It is kind of happening every week, yeah, and that is just because in general, this is a little bit more of hidden information, I would say. How can I tame then transients? Taming transients, compression or clipping. It's probably the best approach for that. I'm not trying to cast any shade by mentioning resampling. It's just being a consistent comment tonight. Yeah, it just happens every night. It's a general thing that tends to happen. It's a little bit, I would say, a little bit more of an unknown problem, I would say. To be honest, I don't remember if I said anything about your transients. The main issue that I had with your baseline, I guess, is the stereo width that you're using. Sound quality wise, by the way, this is sounding very nice. The way that you said you're focused on proper sound quality, you're definitely nailing that. So you already got that part down. There's of course always ways that you can improve that, but I didn't notice. If you didn't tell me that you had been only producing since January, I wouldn't have heard that. Resampling can be done by freeze and flatten, snipping the clashing frequencies. Yes. What you cannot do is say that we have a kick. Let me quickly just get a bass sound here. I'm not going to make the kick part for this example. Say that I have a bass sound. And of course, let me just get like a preset here. It doesn't even matter if I select a preset because I'm just going to go over the MIDI. Say that I have one beat over here. And I make a MIDI that looks somewhat like this. Right? Why is this so loud? Okay. Yeah, this is our bassline. It sounds a little bit weird on headphones. Again, I have new shelves, I guess, is the term for it. I've also noticed that I need to extend my headphones more now. Either way, say that you're resampling this bassline. What you cannot do is freeze and flatten this, right? Where it's multiple notes. What you want to do is you want to take a single note and then delete all of the other notes. Let me actually get this to a point where resampling is needed by just arbitrarily adding some high-pass filters to this. Of course, you would never do this. Never add high-pass filters to your bassline without an actual reason. And most of the time, there's no reason to high-pass it because you're generating the sound, so there shouldn't be any frequencies below the fundamental frequency of your bassline. So unless there's a good reason to high-pass it, unless you can actually hear that those subharmonic frequencies are causing issues, don't do it. The trade-off is that you therefore have more bleeding, right? Because the filter is what is causing the phase shift, which is extending the frequency in time. Let's say that we record this. I'll actually show that. If you now play this note, you can see that all of this stuff over here is bleeding into the next note. If this note were to be here, it would be bleeding into that. And that is of course not what we want. So in this case, since this is a wavetable bass, what I would do is something like this. And then you don't have that bleeding effect. You can see that this bassline stops to play here, and therefore I wouldn't need to resample this. But if you're using traditional processing, anything multi-band, plugin, anything filtering, if you're doing some very extreme normal EQing, then even then it would be, say you're doing something like this. I wouldn't know why you would do this, but at this point with the EQing, you would probably need to resample this, because this might cause enough phase shift that you're bleeding into the transient. Again, going to depend a little bit on your bass patch. But so the reason why you cannot freeze and flatten everything, oh, what did I do there? The reason why you cannot freeze and flatten everything is if you do it like this, where you freeze and flatten everything with your processing on it, it's still going to bleed into it. What you want to do is you want to resample an individual note. Like I said before, we just resample it with all of our processing and all of our phase shift happening, so that we get this. And then we remove this part here, and you can just fade it out. In this case, I would do something like that to nicely close it. And then you make your bass line out of this resampled part over here. So here like minus 6 dB. And now you have your rolling but clean bass line. It's because your ears are getting longer, projector. No, it isn't. It is because I replaced the top part here. I replaced this thing. So now, it used to be the case that it was almost flat with this thing over here, and I think for a month or so I had it without the top part, without the band here. So now what I need to get used to the fact that there's more space happening over here again. I will defend the fact that my ears are not getting longer. I would also argue that I'm not getting more big brain. I was already always big brain. So I would like to defend that point as well. It has nothing to do with the size of my head increasing. I always was big-headed. Yeah, not having that band, that was definitely rough. I do remember in the stream, every once in a while I would just do like this to just get it on a different point so it wouldn't sit on the same point and give me like irritation. It's hard to let go of denial. Maybe it is happening, maybe it's both of them. I don't know. I do know for a fact that I just recently got the head strap and also the pads back, so it's definitely a lot more comfortable now. Anyway, next up we have a mostly finished funky drum and bass track. Interesting. Still trying to get inspiration for lead or other melodic content. Let's see if we can help there. This is gonna be Neurofunk by Ben D. Reddig. That's a long kick for drum and bass, isn't it? Generally speaking, I believe drum and bass uses shorter kicks. I'm also worried, yeah, this kick drum is a little bit messed up. I would probably shorten the kick to, honestly, just a 16 note. Since you can make it a little less punchy so that it goes to the lower frequencies quicker. And then I would shorten it to a 16 note in length. I'm trying to think of a melody that I would write on top of here. I would probably go with something very simple and cheesy. Which is basically what you have here. Almost like a counter melody to the melody that you have over here. Why is the sub bass doing these notes? I would just make the sub bass stable here, like just a stable sine wave. I would say it is indeed a little bit boring. For something that has neuro in the title, I would expect a little bit more filtering in the high frequencies over here. And every once in a while, a variation to the melody would also not hurt. Something like that every like 4 times or something. The sub is meant to be enhancing the groove rather than be another sustained element. I kind of get that, but I feel like it's now, because the problem with that idea is that a sub bass needs more time for a single oscillation, and therefore perceiving it, or how should I say this? A sub bass, because it needs more time for a single oscillation, needs more time to become powerful, and I feel like the sub bass really never really becomes powerful because it's so short, I guess. What I would, if you want a little bit of extra groove, what I would do is I would make your top bass plucky and rhythmical, and then have your sub bass be sustained. I would flip kind of the order of that. I'm sympathetic to the idea that you want your bass line to be groovy. That makes sense. But I would do that with the mid bass and then have the sub be the one that is adding stability. You need more fills and amen breaks. Yeah, just in general, a little bit more variation. I talked about the melody, but that could also apply to the fills and whatnot. I agree there. Okay. The next track is Reverb here, who is saying that I'm a big inspiration and he wishes me well as well. Well as well, that is a strange way of saying it, but that is what is happening here. And this is his track Akiriai 213. Sorry. I just say sorry because I know that I mispronounced that, but either way, let's have a listen. I will drag out my jungler samples and get chopping. I think that will be nice. Same issues with the sub bass over here. Everything below like 150 Hz I would make completely mono. Ironically, I feel like there's a few synths that are completely mono. Like the synths that cause those high frequency things. And the acid sounds are more mono than the bass line. So I would do that the other way around. I would make those sounds a bit wider and then have the bass be mono. Some sounds are definitely drawn a little bit too much in reverb. Those 3 chords, this one over here, is definitely a little bit too reverberated. It sounds like it's way far back. I would push it a little bit more up front so that it gets a little bit more power. Sounding very dramatic for dance music, especially for dance music that was so uplifting a second ago. I like how you can see all of the different bass cancellation patterns from the supersaws here in the higher frequencies. Your track is significantly panned to the left for some reason. What would be cool if in the fills you actually remove the bass line so that the sub kind of stops there for a little bit and people get to resend, and then the kick hits again, that first kick, and you get an actual impact where you can start to dance from again. Because that is the point of the fill, is anybody that is a little bit lost in the groove, that maybe enters the dance room halfway through the drop, then can get into the rhythm, can get into the groove, and has a much easier time actually following the track. Cool stuff. I like it a lot. I like the musical idea a lot. As I said, few more fills that actually function as a fill, where they reset the listener so that they can get back into the groove for anybody that is lost. And as I said, the stereo wave thing, you may disagree on that, but I personally think that yeah, your sub bass should just be stereo, to be honest. We have in the queue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more tracks. Holy moly. I'm probably going to take a break and then finish the queue out. That will probably get me to 4 hours of streaming. Yes, I'm going to close the queue for today. I'll just write it like this, because last time we had somebody submit, yeah, I would need to scroll up quite a while to actually find that, but last time we had somebody submit right after the queue was closed, and we didn't get to listen to that track because it's now private. So in order to prevent that, I'll put this message in here as well so that people will know. I hope at least that people will actually see this message and read this stuff. To be honest, at the end of the day, it's not my responsibility to do that kind of thing. I'm just sitting here. I need a noisier keyboard. My keyboard is specifically designed not to be noisy. It's just that with the system that I have now and the way that my microphone is placed, my microphone is a little bit far away. So it is picking up a lot of the room. That is also why you hear a lot of echo. There is also a lot of echo in this room. As I said, it's not yet treated. That is something that I need to worry about very, very soon. But yeah, the keyboard is technically specifically designed not to be noisy. Keyboards don't noise, fingers noise. Yeah, that's true. I believe, if I remember correctly, the keyboard that I have uses the Cherry MX Silent or the Cherry Red MX Silent switches. Whatever it is, there's like specifically silent switches. If I really wanted to minimize finger noise, and which is what you get from the plastic stuff, I could look into ceramic keycaps, I believe. But that's very expensive. That is like a $100-150, and I would need to take out each individual key. Even then, I don't know if this keyboard is actually going to support those keycaps. I believe they may be. It should all be like standard measurement. This is just I have just a Cherry keyboard. So the actual Switch manufacturer also makes the keyboard. So that should all be like standard stuff. But I don't even know if Cherry makes ceramic keycaps. But that is the way that you get rid of the finger noise, I think. Because you sometimes hear those people that build custom keyboards who spend like $1,000 on the keyboard, and their keyboards, they sound like way different, right? They actually sound like quiet. Is anybody unfamiliar here with the custom keyboards? The custom keyboard scene? I want to have something that is creamy, I guess.
I tried this custom keyboard, and you should too. Why? And you should too? Well, howdy hey, I'm Hippotech, and I tried over later. This is the Keyboom Moonshadow, and let's just, this isn't a 500...
Okay, shut up. Let me hear the keyboard, please. Where is the type test? That is all that anybody cares about.
Have time to contact Keyboom, so probably...
I would expect it to be here, right? That there would be... Did this man... Oh, here. Aha. That is where you can go if you really want to. You get that nice, very small click and no finger noise whatsoever. Yeah, there's people making like $3,000, $4,000 keyboards nowadays. I mean, as a hobby, it's a nice thing, but I wouldn't do it myself. I like to tack 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 in sync with the groove. Yeah, rhythmical typing could be a thing. Anyway, I'll put on some of my own music again. And then we'll take a quick break, and then I'll get back to those 8 tracks that we had before. This is a DK track. I'm just going to let the mix play where it started from the last break. And then I'll see you guys in a little bit. I think in general, my headphones are a little bit bass heavier right now than they were before. Even when I was just listening to the little end there of the break, it happened the exact same way. It felt a little bit bass heavier than it was before. I think the reason for that might be because this has like an extra film around it, so it keeps the bass maybe a little bit more inside of the headphones and a little bit more contained. I don't know if that's true though. Anyway, moving on. The next track that we're going to hear is going to be 9 Lives with Roland. Actually pronounce that. That's a some wonky distortion on it. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this part here. I think you should probably fade it out over here so that it's a little bit of silence in between the kick and that sub bass thing that you're doing. Is this still the intro or? Is this supposed to be the drop? I feel like there should be like a rumble coming in at some point, right? Because this feels like techno. I don't know what the point of those individual bass notes are. It feels like there's some stuff that you forgot to filter out. Track is a little bit hard to follow because there isn't really like any patterns, I feel like. Things just kind of randomly play sometimes. Sometimes there's like one variation, sometimes there's another variation. It doesn't feel like it has too much of a pattern. I also think the shakers could be replaced with actual hats so that it's a little bit snappier. Like this melody over here that is now playing, or is that even a melody? Yeah, I guess it's a melody that's playing right now. It doesn't really feel like it has a stable pattern. Right now it does, but in the drop it didn't. Also the way that the notes go up and down doesn't really feel like it actually has a pattern to it. some cool stuff. I like the idea. I like the sound design. I like the kick. Not thinking about it now. I said before like that there was supposed to be a rumble. I felt like what you could do in that first drop that doesn't really have an intro. More like take out the low frequencies there so that it actually becomes like an intro, and then at some point introduce those low frequencies, so that is the part where the actual drop happens. Right now it just starts with a drop, which is a little bit random. I saw random in the chat, but that is also something that I want to comment on, in the sense that yes, I do think that there's a little bit too much randomness happening. There's not really enough of a pattern for this to really be like groovy and danceable, but that should be easy to fix as well, just by introducing more like actual patterns into this. You know what I mean? The melodies seem like they're not always in the same key or scale. This is why I should actually just learn music theory. When I do these kind of feedback things, I have a really hard time hearing that. And in this case, I didn't hear it. It like being out of tune or whatever. That doesn't mean that it isn't the case. It just means that it's something that I'm personally really bad at picking up on. And I have this thing over here. There's an unfortunate part of this thing, and that is that whenever I use this as a MIDI controller, there's like a range from here to here, that once I press down the note, it doesn't send a release note in the MIDI path. So once I press down the note, that note just stays pressed down forever, basically. And even if I press more notes, it never sends the MIDI off signal to whatever I'm using, like if I'm using it in the DAW. So if I can get that fixed, it would be much easier for me to actually use it as intended and to play with it. Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Why do you need to use the piano? I need to use the piano so that I can actually learn music theory and be able to hear when stuff is out of key. But as I was saying, don't use that part of the keyboard. What I would like to do is I would like to go to the guy that cleans my PC as well and see if he can... Because the way that it broke, it's like a section of it. Right, so it's basically this section over here. From this note to like this note, or whatever it ends up being, this note to this note. Maybe it's like an octave or something like that. And I'm assuming that this is just made up of individual modules. And I'm hoping that therefore you can just replace the module of keys that is malfunctioning. And therefore I can just have that take out, put in a new module, and then it will just work again. That is what I hope. I'm just gonna go with with like the specs of it to the guy to see if he can even fix it before I just bring it in, because it's quite a heavy thing. But of course I would like to use this thing, and if I can get it fixed, that would help me help me use it more and therefore hopefully learn music theory better. And my hope is that therefore I can also hear when things are out of key better, because I suck at that part. I actually just do. And like I said before, I didn't catch the fact that in this last track things were sounding out of key, but other people picked up on it, so maybe that is something to look into. Next up we have Loris Dorman. Hey Projector, I would be very happy to for your feedback to work on. Best wishes. Thank you very much. Robar Amour by Loris Dorman is this.
Que me quitas el babyto, hoy quiero verte mi amor, quiero que me quitas el babyto.
Is this a remix? Do you own that vocal? What do you mean music theory though? You only need 3 octaves? Music theory as in like actual music theory, like chords and notes and that kind of stuff? No, yes. You own the vocal. Okay. And I'm going to play it again. Sorry. I'm always scared with vocals. If I get the claim, by the way, I'm sending it straight to you. I'm not going to defend that claim on your behalf, so whoever is claiming is probably going to send you an email at that point. Screw sending the claim, send an invoice for the hassle. Yeah, I could do that as well, true. I like it a lot, so far no comments. Nice mix. Nice groove overall. You don't really have to worry about a changing soundscape if you're working with a vocal like this, because the vocal is just interesting in and of itself.
Llevo tiempo pensando en tu actitud, tu actitud, tu actitud. Papi, yo me siento acelerada. Siento que pierdo la noción. Papi, yo me siento acelerada. Pégate, pégate.
I don't know if I like the rumbling, continuous rumbling sub here. I would probably turn that into a normal sub.
Quiero verte, mi amor. Quiero que me quites el babyto. Quiero que me quites el babyto. Hoy quiero verte, mi amor. Quiero que me quites el babyto.
Didn't Mandragora use this vocal in his new house tracks? I don't know, I don't listen to his new stuff, to be honest. Do you guys feel like the vocal is loud?
quiero verte, mi amor.
I don't feel it. I don't think it's too loud. I like it the way that it's mixed. I would have to disagree with Greedo then. If the vocal was less frequent, I wouldn't think it was loud. To be honest, I feel like the point of this track is to let the vocal come through, right? It's almost like a pop single, where the point is the vocal here. In this case, it is like a dancey pop track, I would argue. Vocals should generally be twice as loud as you think they should. Yes, exactly. Somebody's tagging me in the server while I'm streaming. That's a little bit annoying, but now it should be okay. Next up we have Shuma's Litz with Peace Joa. I'm just running through these a little bit quickly here. Thanks for your feedback. I just submitted you today, Projector. Yes, you were the last track that we listened to, right? Again, if that vocal does cause me any problems, I'll be sending you a pretty spicy DM. Just so that you're prepared. It is very annoying to have to deal with. A little bit empty here. It up until this point, it's just the Reese bass. I feel like everything, even now, on top of the Reese bass, except the kick in the bass itself that is coming in, is too quiet. This is also very quiet kick and bass, to be honest. Wait, I up it here. Again, in the intro, where the kick and bass is filtered in, you can lower that by 5 dB, so that the kick and bass has a little bit more impact on the drop itself. It is nice and clean, but I think the transients are too loud for this kick and bass. It's a little bit strange to not see like a oomph for the sub here, especially on the kick. Where's this stereo wave coming from? Is this malfunctioning? No. We had a kick there that had a... Oh. There was a kick, one kick that had a wonky transient. This is the first track that we had that was too light on bass. I would also not have any lower frequencies in there that is going to clash with the lower frequencies that are supposed to be in the kick and bass itself. Now at least the track is a little bit fuller with more things happening, as opposed to the intro. One thing you should probably do is low pass your kick at 10k and low pass your bass at like 8k. That usually already fixes a lot of the transient issues to a certain extent. Even if you don't really hear that impact, because we don't really care about that high click, because that's where the hats are anyway. I love snares and claps that don't sit too much on top of the track, like exactly like it is here. Yeah, I like the way the snare is mixed as well. I would agree with that. Cool stuff. Like musically, I like the idea. I don't really have any like issues with that. I do think the mix can definitely be improved. So that's probably what I would work on. Next up we have, I was looking at what Interspace was saying. Remember guys, there are an enormous group of people out there that only hear the vocals and only hear the instrumental if something is wrong with it. Yeah, when it comes to like the instrumental of a track, when you have a track that is full of vocals like the one that we saw a little bit before, the Robar Amour track, that was, or that is in essence a backing track for the vocal, right? So that is kind of the point of that kind of music, is so that the story of the vocal itself can come through. In this case, it didn't really have verses and whatnot, so it's like in between, I would say, but I still think that some people were saying like the vocal is too loud, but I disagree there. 1, 2, 3. Damn, there's still quite a bit to go. Next up, we have Psy with Perception. Oh, this is...
Guarda video senza annunci, offline e in background. Prova YouTube Premium senza costi.
Fuck that. Ads in my embeds is super annoying.
You see the sky, you see tangible objects, but when you observe yourself within, you see moving images, a world of images.
This definitely needs to be DS. This vocal is too sharp here. And I don't get why you would filter the vocal so that it doesn't come out of the pads that you have here and all of this stuff.
Reality, it is of course not a tangible object, but it is a fact.
Sub bass is
It is a manifestation of
a little bit loud, I would say here.
that is a reality.
The kick has no kick. Where's the from the kick? The sub bass isn't even sidechained to the kick. You can barely see the kick in the way from here, only the transient. Yeah, it is a bit of a strange mix here. It's practically just the sub bass in this track. Like even the waveform, you can just see it most of the time. You just see the sub bass with a little bit of stuff happening in between, right? But it's just red all over the place. Also, the drop felt quieter than the intro. Yes, that is because I turned the volume down. Because I saw that it was so loud, I thought that it would be louder in the drop, but turns out that this isn't the case. So another point of feedback is make your drop louder than your intro. Technically we were here with the volume before. If this were played in the club, the only thing that you would hear was which is the sub bass. The kick wouldn't punch you in the body whatsoever. There's the first real sub punch of the whole track. You can take the sub out of your V space and then make a separate sub as well, so that this sub is a little bit more stable. Right now you can see even the first harmonic you could do that trick for if you want to. So that the reasing effect is really in the mid-range happening, and then you just have a solid, strong sub. Not really a fan of the harshness of that transition effect there. Honestly, I assume that this is mixed on like laptop speakers or something like that. It has to be, because otherwise you would never lack so much punch in your kick drum, right? Like, it feels like you didn't hear what was going on under, what's that, like, yeah, 400 hertz or something? Like, everything under this is just a little bit of a mess. To be honest, everything above there is really nice.
Psychical events are facts, are realities, and when you observe the stream of images within, you observe an aspect of the world.
Here, probably you should filter out some of your synths a little bit low pass, so that the vocal has a bit more space.
The external world, by the influences, the external, say, society, perceptions, sense perceptions, thinks that he is more valid, you know, because this is valid, this is real. And the man who goes by the subjective factor is not valid because subjective factor is something. You know?
The kick and snare essentially sound high pass with a bit of resonance, I'd say.
He is based himself upon.
It's just the kick. The snare sounds fine. Could be a bit louder,
He is quite high.
but you don't need the snare to have low frequencies. It's the kick, and I see that there's something there. It's just that there's this massive sub that the kick just doesn't come through. I think that's what's happening. I like the song mix is thin and woolly. Yes, that is basically what, yeah, that is the best summary that I can give as well. I have to pause it before there's another ad. For some reason, YouTube has started doing ads instead of embeds. Hopefully that won't be the case also with Apocalypse Musicale, which will be the next artist with the Destroyer. In drum and bass, you do need more lows in the snare than in sideturns though. Not lows, mid-range. Just your mid-range fundamental. I feel like not everything is in key here. Which is saying a lot, because I just had a whole spiel about not being able to hear that. Random low frequencies. We've already heard this track before. And it had all of these problems. If everything is in key, then I don't like the harmony that you're using. Those snare frequencies, I think. Yeah. Okay. You have like a continuous DC offset in this track here. Some element is introducing a continuous DC offset that you want to filter out. Theoretically, that should mean that this waveform would also be offset from the center. I can't see that. I don't know where it would be, but... Seems keen to me, but maybe it's the sound selection that bothers you. Yeah. Overall, I'm gonna say this track is sounding really wonky. Feels like we've never had any content above 10K here. And everything just feels like very bloated and I don't know. How would you describe the sounds of this track? Yeah, even here, why is there nothing happening above 10K? This isn't like YouTube compression or anything like that. This is like actually filtered out. Even here, this hat comes in, it's not really biting me. Sub bass I think is still too strong here, like the kick sub. I guess it's just muddy. Like this track is extremely muddy. But also these chord harmonies that you're playing, they don't sound nice to me. They don't sound pleasant. Sorry, but I didn't like this. Wonky is probably one of the best words of the past 20 years. It is a very good word, I agree with that. Who keeps tagging me while I'm streaming? Ah, okay, that's somebody... Is that the same? Ah, no. Two different people tagged me while I was streaming. It's annoying because then what happens is there's this big red bubble up here and I feel like, oh, I have to do something there. But there's a conversation going on in general, but... yeah. I don't have to worry about that. I'm not gonna worry about that. About to get roasted so hard? I hope not. I hope that the music is just good. I think I remember it from some kind of House or 4 on the Floor track. Again, if it's a remix and I get a strike, I'm indeed just gonna send an invoice. I'm not even gonna send a DM. It's gonna just be a $10 or $20 invoice on PayPal for extra services related to copyright during feedback streams. I should do that. Because up until this point, what I've been doing is I've just been trimming. As soon as the copyright comes in, I trim out the music from the stream. And I had 1 or 2 people contact me asking about why their music was cut from the stream. And then I had to explain what they were doing, right? But I think I'm just going to send an invoice. Because I can easily see who is the person submitting. Because I can see in the stream exactly when it was. And I just scroll back to the last person that I clicked on Discord, and then I know. But yeah, this last track was sounding very, very muddy, very bloated. I'm gonna be honest here, it was a terrible mix. And honestly, I didn't really like the musical idea either. So you definitely have a lot more to learn, in my opinion, about music production. In order to make music that sounds better. So next up is The Start by Hummus Harif here, which might be Benjamin. I don't know if that's the same person, but we'll see. Bit of a wonky rhythm there that doesn't really align, I think. Now it does. Felt like the last one didn't align there. Sun start of the kick and bass, I'm not too big of a fan here. I like a little bit of an announcement of that. Why is the kick so short? If you're just doing stuff on the offbeat, why is the kick so short? Except here, I guess, but you can sidechain this note and then have the kick twice as long. Something is not lining up. These speed up build-ups, don't do them in your drop, because they are opposing the groove that you're setting up in the drop. In the drop you are setting up a groove that people dance to, and then you have these random plugs that just kind of come in at random times, and that just kind of disrupt the groove that you're trying to have people dance to. You can do it in here. This is a nice place where you can just have that rising and just open up over time. But you can imagine that you cannot dance to something like this, right? Even here, now that another melody comes in, I think this is still the break. This isn't supposed to be the drop. If this is still the break, and the kick and bass is just filtered in there for, yeah, as it is right now, lower it by 5 dB. The kick and bass in the break. So that when the kick and bass comes in the drop, it has some actual impact. Right now it has lost all of its impact because it's just filtered in full power. Not any, there isn't really any pattern to that like atmospheric pluck that you're doing. Except for the kick and the bass, every other sound in this track is designed not to dance, to not be able to dance to. For some reason I feel it's better with this synth. That last synth that came in kind of started off nice in the sense that it set up a groove. Say that you take the first bar or the first 2 bars of that synth when it came in, that brighter synth. But then it just continued doing random stuff. It set up a nice pattern in those first 2 bars and then it never repeated that pattern. So it didn't actually become a pattern. I'm sorry, I'm just confused. The only rhythm that is sitting in here is this gated sound here. And everything else is fighting against you dancing. I'm genuinely not trying to be mean, but this would actually make me walk off the dance floor. I agree, yes. I get the idea it's trying to be clever rhythmically, but it's totally missing the mark. It's not even that it's doing like clever interlaced rhythms that somehow revolve and like create a bigger pattern. I could understand that. I would be totally fine if you do some radical rhythmic stuff that you're trying to do here and maybe make some cool patterns out of 2 or 3 sounds that over a longer period of time do have some repetition in there. Or something like that. But it's what happens is that every new element that is introduced sets up a pattern for 1 bar or 2 bars that is like really cool, and then it just starts doing random stuff after that. It's trying to be clever. Yes, exactly. The whole song isn't on beat. Exactly, yeah. I'm sorry if this was actually your song, Benjamin, and you said like, oh, now I'm gonna get roasted. I was like, okay, no, that you don't have to worry that much about it. But yeah, this is something that is roastable, yes. Again, we're not really here to be mean. I should have mentioned this. I haven't mentioned it in a while, but whenever I'm sitting here, I don't like to sit here and say just like, oh, I like this, I like that, I like what you're doing here. From time to time, if something really stands out, I'll say it. But I tend to shut up a lot and I don't want to talk too much over the sound. I do feel like I need to say something positive here because we have been pretty negative about this one. And to be honest, the last one as well. But the last one, I know Apocalypse Musicale, he is one of those people that just continuously submits. And we've heard that track before, and at this point I just feel like I need to say exactly what needs to happen, and he just needs to be a lot better. I like your sound design a lot. I like what you're trying to do as well. It just completely misses the mark of what dance music needs to be, right? Dance music, people come to the dance floor to dance to your track, not to your kick and bass. Anything about kick and bass? I did say something about your kick and bass. Your kick was too short, and if you extend your kick to make it an 8th note as opposed to a 16th note, which you have now, there's 1 bass note that you need to sidechain in. That's it. The tonality of the kick and bass is great, by the way. It sounds like you randomly tweak the ratio of an ARP and not a sync ratio. Yeah. If you have this idea with an ARP, what I would probably do is what Rita was saying, in that if you're doing something with an ARP or an LFO, make sure that it's synced so that it always lands on a 16 note somewhere. And then take that idea, cut out 1 bar or 2 bars and loop that for a while. And then make a few variations here or there. Yeah, then the same thing, but LFO instead of ARP. Exactly. Next up, we have 158 HD crash preview. I hope that it means that this isn't just 158 high definition crash samples and only a preview of that, or just like a small snippet of those. I hope that this is some actual music. Anyway, Monal, let's see. Or Krabelic, Crabelic. I like that. With the crab, I do. I like that. Crabelic with the little crab logo there. That sounds really cool. That's cold, yes. I still have the volume a little bit higher. I don't know if that's needed for this one. It does look like the waveform becomes quite a bit louder, which I like to see. That would mean that you actually lower the volume of your kick and bass in the break. But let's see if that actually happens. I mean, you didn't lower the volume of your kick and bass, but it's filtered to the extent that this still has impact. It's a bit of a wonky shape for a sidetrans kick. You don't really see like a triangle up and down like that. Usually it's a bit more rounded around the sub. It's not wrong. Totally, I like it. I think the bass could be 1 or 2 dB higher. I would like to see some resampling. But if this is still like a work in progress, since you say preview, then I assume it is. Then I can understand not having done the resampling yet. I don't really get why the hat is doing an 8 note while all of the other sounds are doing 16 notes. This isn't like the low part of the energy of the track anymore. So I feel like the hats can just do 16 notes, a little bit of sidechain groove on that, just to follow the groove of the bass, I guess. There's also no snare, no open hat. Like open hat on the offbeat and then closed hat on the 16 notes. It was a cool rainbow effect that you had there with the zap coming up on the waveform. Sound design is really cool. Overall, I like the tonality of the track. It just lacks a little bit of groove because you have no top drums. There's now a clap, but it's not really cutting through yet. Also, if you go for a hat, I would go for a longer one. Like the closed hat that you have now is really short compared to the length of the notes, right? Because the note is from here to here. You can definitely fill up like half the space here with the closed hat, at least. We finally have something that I think is supposed to be the open hat. Your open hat is about as long as I would make my closed hat. I would probably like fade out the volume a little bit more. But this is it doesn't even reach the note over here. Generally speaking, your closed hat fills up all of this space over here. Of course, it tapers off in volume over time, but it fills up the space up until the kick transient normally. And then, of course, the closed hat is doing the rhythm in between, so you would still kind of see that sometimes in the spectrum. I was gonna say, it feels like the bass melody is a little bit all over the place. Now we have a good closed hat. Raise its volume a little bit and you're there. Wait, this is it. Just raise the volume of your drums a little bit and use this in the parts that are high energy of your track. I was talking about the bass melody. I was saying like the bass melody feels a little bit too chaotic, but then after listening to it, I believe it's a 4-bar repetition. If not, you should make it a 4-bar repetition, is basically what I'm saying. When I first like started concentrating on it, I was like, it's too chaotic. And then I heard that it's okay, it does repeat. So that is at least good. But you're pushing it with how chaotic the bass melody should be, in my opinion. Now it's a bar. I like this more. Now that it's a bar, I like it a lot more. This part of the track is really nice. Just up the drums a little bit and then you have a good sound there. That last part is sounding really cool. For me, I want something else on top of this though. On top of the... I would wash the shit out of my dishes if I was listening to this. You mean something else on top as like part of a drum loop or something like that? I could see that. I could see you adding like a... What I nowadays do, what I used to do when it comes to my drums is I would just have closed hat, open hat and snare, right? So all my drum loops would look like this. I would have my closed hat. You can see the length, by the way, of the closed hat. It almost fills up an entire 16 note. Here. Right, you can see that here we still see the tail. Your hat was like this. Just that part. So you definitely want a little bit of a tail to it. And then you just duplicate that over. Of course, make sure that it's aligned properly. That is very, very important. And in your open hat, this thing, where I wouldn't use that one, I would use, yeah, just the classic 909 open hat. You can see how long it is playing. It should fill up this whole area over here, right? And then you, of course, have the snare, which you put there. A little bit of terrible snare, but that's okay for the example. This would be my drum loop throughout my whole track for the longest time, which is just this duplicated over 1, 2, 3, 4 bars and then extend it however long I need it, right? Nowadays what I tend to do is I layer on like 2 or 3 loops like this stuff. Maybe just like one hat loop and one full loop. Something like this as well. These are, generally speaking, I mix them a little bit lower so that they're like backbone stuff. And what I like to do is when it comes to my energy levels and the way that the track is kind of building up, I don't have a kick here. Maybe that would be nice for the example. Let me just find a kick. Yes. Kick and bass. I just need to put that over here so that I can copy it over without copying that madness there. What I would do is say that this is the part where my drop starts. We get 16 bars of kick and bass. I messed that up completely. That didn't duplicate over. Why didn't that duplicate over correctly? Whoa! Oh! It's still doing things. Yeah, no, sorry. It messed up everything. Yes, okay. Ah, the sample is a little bit too long. Is it correct now? Yeah, so you just take your kick and bass, 4 bars, 16 bars, and then last bar is gonna be a fill. So usually for me, this is the first drop. This is just kick and bass. We have the second drop. Let me just duplicate over the drums like that. And then I have a third drop. And of course here in the fills, we also remove drums. And here as well. One tip, I always close off the fill or the drop with another kick. So what a lot of people do is they do it like this, where it feels unresolved, like this. What I like to do is like that. So one final kick that is like the impact. You can almost think of it as an impact for the fill, as opposed to an actual kick from like the drop itself. But then generally speaking, I either both remove the snare and the offbeat hat, but I always remove the offbeat hat here for like medium energy. And in this case, this also has some stuff that I would remove, probably like this, I would say. And here, this is like the full loop, right? Okay, yeah, so there's 3 different levels of energy, and I would probably build up the track like this. It felt like what you did is you had your second level of the track, and that was basically the whole track. Well, now in that last track that you sent. It's the period at the end of the sentence. Exactly, yes. I like to think of it as, you know how often when you write a melody, the melody sounds much better. Say that you write a 4-bar melody and you repeat that 4 times to get to 16 bars. The whole musical idea tends to sound a lot better if you then play the very first note of the melody one more time. I think it's the same for the kick drum, as in it kind of resolves the kick and bass as opposed to resolving the melody. Regarding percussions, that trick that you mentioned ages ago of just gating in 8 and 16 notes of crazy heavily affected noises, that always worked well for me to get away from the boots and cats. Honestly, I don't remember what you're talking about. I don't know how long ago that was. But I don't know. You mean this stream or long ago as in a very old video? Because that sounds like something that I would have done when I just got into psytrance and when I just started making tutorials. But yeah, nowadays I stick to the boots and cats because it's a very strong groove. Yeah, very old tutorial. I would think so. Yes. It isn't something. It isn't something that I do nowadays anymore. We have 4 more tracks. All right. Next one is going to be by Lel. The artist name is Inception, Evelyn's Gospel Mix. Okay, I like the cover art that you have here. Oh. Not anymore, I guess. Let's see. Boots and cats is fine, but we need more trippy percussions, I think. Oh, I remember what you mean now. Yes, the percussion resampling trick with the beats mode and the granular mode, I think. I remember what you mean. But those would probably be percussions that I would use as like a sequence, as opposed to actually the percussions that would be the groove of my track. So I would just use that in... Think of it as nano-style percussions. What Ollie sometimes talks about with the comb filter kind of thing. Unclean kick and bass. Not really a fan of that. I would like to see this fade out here. In this case, since you're doing like sliding bass and not multiple notes in the same beat, you can just LFO tool it. Okay, so here you would need to resample properly. Oh no, here it's okay. I like this kick and bass a lot more as well. I think this is better mixed, volume-wise. Oh, what did I do? And turn it up a bit. Yeah, I like the sound of this kick and bass a lot more than the last one. Love some high frequencies though. There we have at least some. There we are. Yes, now. I like this a lot. This is very cool. I just don't like the bass line like that. Here it seems like you have some mid-range that is a little bit getting in the way of things. Yeah, here things become a little bit of a mess. Some top drums at some point would be nice. That is very loud. With regard, in respect to the kick and bass, that sub thing is very, very loud. very low frequency stuff there. You can filter it out when it's so low frequency. Is this still the riser or are we already in the drop? In this part, so what I mean by that, there was no clear indication that the drop was happening there. In my opinion, you should have that. It should be a little bit of a pause. Whatever kick and bass was playing before, you can lower that in volume so that there's an impact when that first kick of the drop hits and people know that they can start dancing. Ooh. Finding the long bass notes too gritty. With those long bass notes, they were too loud, in my opinion. I think this has been the very first time I've heard a track that actively hates percussions. This bass is loud. The one with the high long note is very nice. This bass is loud. But this bass is quieter than the long one that we had at the beginning. Very cool stuff. I like that a lot. But this bass note was definitely louder. This one is overpowering the kick. This one is quieter and isn't overpowering the kick. Here the kick is coming through. I think you open the filter cutoff and then it becomes loud, not sure. I don't know, but it's very variably not. We can verify it even more if you want to. I think this one is louder than this. So this one is too loud, and I think this one is okay. We can see the kick is like actually louder in terms of the sub of it than the bass, and that is generally what you want. It's a very interesting track. I love this kind of stuff. I'm very happy that I heard that. Very cool. Alright, next up we have... It has been 4 hours, so I want to take a quick pee break. Not like an actual break, I just want to run to the toilet and back. So that would be like a minute or whatever. I am going to put on... I'm debating if I should do this. I've already played it in short. I will. Yeah, why not? The latest track that I've been... Is this the latest track? This is the latest track. Yes. Yes. I'll put this on, but I'll only put it on up until I come back from the toilet. Not the whole track. I will loop the whole track, so there's no issues there. But I'll quickly run to the toilet and then I'll be back. I'll hopefully be back before the real interesting part of this track happens. But this is a production that I've been working on, and this one is pretty crazy compared to my older stuff. Or the other stuff that I have in the works, even. Okay, that's all the preview you guys are going to get. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. A little bit of a different vibe for me, but hopefully you guys like it as much. Which one? We Are Here, I think, yes. Patience dans l'azur by Mathu. Let's go. Sounded very nice, that kick and bass. Thank you. I missed it, I had to pee. I guess then we peed in synchronous. Am I still... Ah, yes. I'm louder here. Sorry. This definitely has a psytrance vibe to it. I'm just wondering how you're transitioning into psytrance. Ooh. I don't like that the drums start at that random place. I would probably start them after that bass thing. This sounds really good. Remove that little hat there. Doesn't really need to be there. This is really good. I'm super surprised on how interesting this track is, given that the whole track is basically the same melody with very similar instruments. Because that is the thing that I always advise people not to do. You do need to clean your kick and bass though. Like, it's clearly evolving, but it's the same in terms of the melodic idea, the melodic structure. The thing that I always advise against, because it leads to very boring tracks, but this track is executed so well that it never becomes boring. I want to I'll follow that. This is great. This is one of the best tracks I've ever heard during these feedback streams. I feel like it's too bassy. Do you? No, it's I would say it's factory. This is the busiest part. No, I wouldn't say it, because this is the part where it's just the kick and bass and one melody, so you would expect the bass to be a little bit higher here in volume, right? But yeah, this is great. This is amazing. I've reposted it on my own SoundCloud. Just to check to see how much of a deal that is. The last time I reposted a song that wasn't my own on my SoundCloud is holy moly. The last time I reposted a track that wasn't my own was 4 years ago. And I've done it once before where I had like a track where it's like, oh wow, this is so big. I want even my followers to know, because I don't really use SoundCloud as like a social media or whatever. Yeah, but this is that was fantastic. That was very cool. I'm sorry, feedback-wise that sucked. Like, there's not really much feedback I can give there, but just do that, more of that. Yeah, the next track, Moraes, with unidentified movement. Let's see. That's actually crazy. This guy just came in today, I think. It's the first track they post in the feedback stream, and it's such a banger. Kick and bass a little bit quieter in the intro would be nice here. I think this is resampled, but it looks strange because you have two transients here. Like the filter, like it doesn't really have a click and it doesn't really close fast enough, this bass line, I would say. I can turn it up, by the way. Ooh, I don't like this mix. A snare shouldn't do this to a waveform.
Unidentified movement detected at main entrance.
This is psytrance but with hardstyle synths. I mean, it's not wrong, it feels cool. I hope that at some point during the track it also does some other stuff. But the concept of just like these screechy... Yeah, here I would change idea. I would go into an FM synth or particles or whatever. Not changing or adding a little bit to the melody doesn't alter the idea enough. You need to change the sound. Yeah, this track, it becomes boring because the synth is always the same. You're already sectioning up your track. I think even this synth we heard before as like a complementary synth to the other one. This idea as a section can be cool if you use it as one section. But here then again you would change elements. I think also for a psytrance track you can dip a little bit more at around like 500 Hz and maybe around like 4000 Hz a little bit. Generally speaking, a psytrance spectrum tends to have a little bit of a like triple bubble to it. For the sub, the mid-range and the high frequencies over here. I don't like how the kicks don't really feel like they're rising. Not sure if this what projector meant, but it might be cool to emphasize the hard cell thing. I mean, yeah, you can definitely make this more hardstyle if you want to. What I just don't like is that the track becomes boring because it's just like the same sound the whole track as your main lead. There isn't a moment where there's suddenly a different synth and that's like, oh wait, now something new cool is happening. The idea that you set up is very cool, but then it never develops. So whatever thought process that you had to make this like idea in terms of sound design and in terms of the synth on top, you just need to do that like 8 more times and then use different synths in different sections. And yes, I do agree that the crashes are a little bit excessive. I also don't like that the crash that you use is panned to the left. I don't see the utility of that. Honestly, where I could see this work, this track, in its current state, is if you say, I would like to have a little psytrance moment in a techno set. You know what I mean? In the sense that in a techno track, I feel like what tends to happen is that they build up and they use the same synths throughout the whole track. That is not really what we do in psytrance. In psytrance, for every section of the track, we tend to have a different idea, or at least change stuff up more than what you're doing here. What I always say is that, for me, my standard way of doing it is that every 16 bars, I would have a different sound. So over here, since this is the lowest energy, I would have one-shots in here, right? So a collection of different strange sounds with long delay tails. To summarize like that, over here I would have like a medium range energy level sequence, and then over here I would have something like maybe an acid line or melodic synth or something like that, something high energy. And then say that I want another section, this would have a completely different sound with a completely different melody, completely different rhythm, a completely different idea over here that just makes that part interesting. And then if you want another section right after that, you do the same thing, design a new sound, design a new melody, design a new rhythm, design a new groove, right? So I don't think, sorry, to get back to, like, I think techno is written a little bit differently. I think in techno they tend to use their synths throughout the whole track. And then when I mean synths, I mean like the stabs and whatnot, right? And then you have like an acid line that comes in every once in a while. You have like a melodic plug that comes in every once in a while. But the stabs and that kind of stuff, they seem pretty uniform throughout the whole track. In that regard, I could see this track, you can use this as, say, I want to have a little psytrance moment in the techno set, right? Structure-wise, in the way that it's arranged, I think it fits better in techno than it does in psytrance. Okay, that brings us to the last track of today. I'm happy I closed the queue when I did. What would I have done if I hadn't done that? It's been 4.5 hours. Wow. It has been a very good stream though, both in terms of numbers as well as in terms of music that has been submitted and the people chatting and the fun that we've had. So I'm pretty happy with the stream overall. But damn, has it been a long one. I wonder how many tracks we went through. because I feel like I went through them pretty quickly. I didn't have any super long tangents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Because this one wasn't available. So that's quite a bit. And the last one, doing us the honor, is Hadiri with Escape. Hadari, sorry. Sorry, do I need to... Yes. Little lower volume here. A little bit of stereo width on those sweeps would be nice, actually. Because I feel like the pads are more like the central thing. And the sweep is more like the detail of it. Nice expressive synths here. This is cool. That part is a little harsh there. Nice clean kick and bass, nice phase alignments. Like this is actually clean, it actually returns to 0. Right? It's slightly off. I think you have maybe like a slight high pass on the master or something like that. Another Captain Hook style track, by the way. This is like actual Captain Hook alto count this. Again, with detail sounds like this, I would probably sterilize them personally. Like just wider, as opposed to in the center. I feel like right now they're taking a little bit too much away from the kick and bass itself. If you do that, you want to make sure that the kick fades out. Now you can hear the transient was all messed up. Why does the bassline sometimes... this is a bit of a problem. You probably want to process your bassline in a way that it doesn't push so far down, because here you're probably losing volume and this is hitting the limiter. You can see the limiter, like, is it? I don't know, it's oscillating in between here, I guess. When you're zoomed out, it looks like this is actually just like distorting in the limiter, right? Like it's squared off. But now that you zoomed in, it seems less of a problem. Like this isn't actually distorting, it's just like offset in a weird way. I don't know if this is still causing issues. You might want to ignore what I just said here. little bit of delay would be nice on that acid line so that it slightly bleeds into here. Like a very low one. Not something that overpowers the kick and bass. I get the idea what you're going for. In that you want the kick and bass to just stand out there for a moment. But a little bit of atmosphere in there would be nice. In my opinion. Feels like this is the kind of track where you really want to just flow through everything and not really do any like real hard cuts. Hadari, I'm still not entirely convinced that you're not a Captain Hook alt account. Like, this is scarily close to what he does on his Origin album. Origin is the name, right? I know that it's a track name, but that's also... Yeah. The Origin album. You could do some more stereo things like panning some stuff around or making some stuff wider. Yes, I do agree. Stereo with that, there's always it. This is a good example of what I meant before, where you have just a little atmosphere on the kick and bass. I think this is a better approach than what we had the last time, where the kick and bass is just on its own. Because what happens when you have the kick and bass on its own is that a lot of the details get exposed, and with just this little bit of atmosphere on top, it kind of smooths out a lot of the sometimes nasty things that can remain in the kick and bass. And every kick and bass on its own, if you listen to it on the wrong system, is going to sound wonky at some point. But to get back to Subject Ultra, the stereo wave is one of the 4 key elements of mixing as well. In the sense that you have volume, you have frequency, you have stereo wave, and then you have time, which is not really a mixing thing, but that's more of a production thing. I call this concept 4 levels of separation. You can separate something in time, you can separate something with volume balance, you can separate something with frequency, of course, high frequency versus low frequency, and you can separate stuff in the stereo field, as in something that is panned left versus something that is panned right is separated, but also something that is mono versus something that is super wide is separated. Because on headphones, it goes from in the center of your head to very wide being in the wide side of your head, or on the sides of your head. It comes like outside of your head. Overall, I would say the stereo wave of this track was a little bit narrow as well. But yeah, this is a great track as well. We had some bangers today. The Machu track was incredible, but this one is also very, very good. Very well done. And with that, we are at the end of the stream. Thank you everybody for sticking around. Thank you everybody for the 38 likes that we had. That's is that a record? I think I've gone 40 once during a stream. I cannot check what my like record is during a live stream, because they get likes after the live stream as well. But yeah, thank you guys all for watching. Thank you guys for sticking around. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. This was a really good one. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye guys. Cheers. Oh yeah, I say this every week, but